Hello, 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 everybody. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are on the air. My name's Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. We are going to recreate two paintings by another one of my very, very favorite artists. Today we're going to be talking about Piet Mondrian, and this is one of the paintings we're going to work on, and then here is the second painting that we're going to work on. So we're going to begin with composition number 2 with red, blue, and yellow to begin with, and then we will finish the session painting this painting, which is obviously much more complex. I love Mondrian's art. Mondrian, I think, is certainly one of the most recognizable artists of all time. Even if you've never heard his name, even if you've never stepped into an art gallery or museum ever before in your life, I'm sure you have seen some of these images on t-shirts, dresses, as prints in, Walmart, as well as his art has often been reproduced as like in the backgrounds of cartoons and television shows, in the background of a boardroom. His work is ubiquitous. It's everywhere, and I think that would make him very, very happy, because he had more than just art on his mind when he was making these artworks. So let's get right into this. I want to let you know that there are outlines for today's paintings which you can transfer onto the canvas, which make your life a lot easier. You don't have to do any measuring, and you'll see there's a Dropbox link in the description below. It's one of the first links there, and there's a lot of other folders in here because these are all paintings that we have done already. If you're joining me for the first time, hit like and subscribe, because I'm here every Tuesday and Thursday at 4 p.m. Pacific time here on the West Coast, and also this Saturday I'm going to be making a painting as well. So I'm here a lot, making a lot of artwork, because this has become a really exciting part of my life since the beginning of the pandemic, and actually just a few weeks before the pandemic began, I started doing these live streams, and I just keep on going. So anyway, we're going to look at Piet Mondrian here. You'll see in this folder there's 6 files. So we have the 2 original paintings, although I've modified them slightly. We'll talk about that in a moment. And then there's a JPEG and a PDF version of the outline, and a JPEG and a PDF outline. You add all those together, you get 6 different files inside that folder. I want to let you know that there's also a private Facebook group just for people like yourself to join, to share artwork, to find a great community of supportive people who are just like you, at various different stages of the art journey. Some people are just beginning. There's new people joining every day. And there's some people who've been painting with me for over 1.5 years now. And I think it's really exciting to see people transforming. And once a month, I go through the Facebook group and organize all the images, share them with everyone, and give feedback for people who wish to receive it. Not you can listen, and if you want to do anything with it, you're welcome to do that. If you want to ignore it completely, then you can certainly do that. I often find I get messages from people who say, I don't feel comfortable putting my stuff on Facebook, or I don't have a Facebook account, but I love watching those episodes because I learn a lot anyway. So this is awesome. Maria, awesome. Great job. And obviously the other thing too is I spend a couple of hours every episode writing down a biography and introduction to every episode. So if you join the Facebook group, you get a little bit of that information as well. We're going to look at his biography here after we've transferred the images, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But I just want to let you know, because I'm sure people will say right off the bat, hey, these paintings aren't rectangular, they're square paintings. Yes, these are the original versions of the paintings, and they were square. Most of his artwork was, well, at least the paintings that were he's most famous for were in the square format. Why did he do that? We'll talk all about that over the next couple of hours while we're painting. I just thought I would just mention that right off the bat, because some people, I'm sure, will wonder. So basically all I did is I just extended the tops and the bottoms of this one, and then this one I did sort of copy and paste and did a little bit of arrangement. So really the main part of the painting is in the center, and the extra stuff on the border is a little bit of my own cobbling together of things. And you're certainly welcome to paint this on a square canvas if you like. I've just been using these 9x12 rectangular format canvases for the past year and a half, and I like the orderliness of that, and I'm sure Piet Mondrian would appreciate that. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to play a video just explaining how these images are transferred onto canvas, because it's a really simple process, and you can use this for tracing images from the newspaper, magazines, your own family photos, etc. onto a canvas. So basically what we do is we start, I download the images from the Dropbox, print them out onto a regular 8.5 by 11 piece of photocopy paper using my inkjet printer at home. You can use a LaserJet printer, you can use a photocopier at work that you could put a USB stick in. Whatever it takes to get the image onto the paper will work. Now you see that I'm going to tape this down, and I'm also spending a little bit more time here than I might normally do, just because I want to make sure these lines are relatively straight. So you can see here, I'm just measuring the side here just to see if I can get them a little bit more straight. And I think I fiddle with this for a little bit here, so once we've got that sorted out, then I'm going to take one of these carbon sheets of paper. You can use graphite paper as well. This is double-sided carbon paper just because that was what was at the dollar store down the street from my house. You'll see in many future episodes I'm using one-sided carbon paper because that was what was available that day at the local dollar store. If you can't find carbon paper at your dollar store, there's an Amazon link in the description below if you want to use that. So you can see I'm going to just trace out these lines really quickly, pretty straightforward. I peel off the paper, and then I'm just going to extend the lines to the edges. Alright, so then we end up with that picture there. Now, I'm going to do the same thing with the other painting, the Broadway Boogie Woogie. That's the real name of the painting. I love that. And then I'm going to do the same thing. Now this one took me much longer to do because I was thinking maybe I'll just do the lines and not the little lines in between, and then I sort of, I don't know, I lost my mind and decided to do it all. Oh, so you can just see. And it's not going to be absolutely perfect. And then it looks like that. All right. So when you're all done, you're going to have two canvases, right? And then here's your, again, this is double-sided carbon paper. That's why I've got the image on the back side. And then I'm going to take these, and you can recycle them. You can paint on them, do with what you may. Right, and if you want to get the exact same canvas boards that I use, I ordered these off of Amazon. There's a link in the description for those as well. So let's get these canvases all prepped up and ready to go. Now, typically what I do is put a warm yellow on these canvases. Do I want to do that today? Interesting. I haven't thought about this. So let me see. Let me get my paints out onto the palette here. So typically what I do is put some of this warm yellow onto the canvas first. Did Piet Mondrian do that? He certainly did not. Absolutely did not do this. I'm going to do it anyway because I've been part of one of the reasons why I've sort of gotten so into doing these episodes is, for me, it's become about proving a theory about color that I've had for a long time. And as I started painting them, I started thinking, maybe, you know, if I could paint all of the great paintings of human history using my approach that I've been thinking about for a long time, then it would be hard to deny that the approach works, right? So I don't know why I'm putting all of the colors on here. I guess because I'm thinking I'm going to make my own black, I suppose. Well, you know, one of the interesting facts about Piet Mondrian is that he did mix all his colors. That virtually none of the colors that we see on the canvas, none of them came right out of a tube. He did mix his colors. So as I was just sort of doing this, as I've been doing out of force of habit, and thinking like, oh, I should just use 3 colors, I immediately like, oh, well, you know what? He didn't really do that. He wouldn't, as you know, if you were, you know, using Piet Mondrian to teach little kids how to paint, certainly you could use a very, very simple palette. But I think, you know, if we want to try to do this artist a level of justice, it behooves us to try to learn a little something in each one of these episodes. So I'm going to take this warm yellow, put some water in here. That's quite a lot of water, maybe more than I normally do, but since I'm going to paint this warm yellow, and then I'm going to put another coat of paint over top of it, which is much more, has a lot more white in it. So we're going to sort of have a bit of a slightly eggshell white color over top. So maybe having a kind of a very diluted yellow won't hurt anyway. So just mixing up this paint well here. Lots of people tuning in for today's episode. That makes me very happy. So I think we'll just leave this right here. So you could skip this part entirely if you don't want to use this warm yellow. It is going to mean that could be a bit of warmth coming through to at the final end of the painting when it's done, which is one of the reasons why I do this, because I like my paintings to kind of glow a little bit with a bit of extra warmth. It's sort of become a bit of my trademark approach to painting. But some people don't want their paintings to glow with warmth. I don't know why, but, you know, to each their own. And if there's any place where that applies more, it's in art, right? Where we are invited and welcome to explore our own sense of taste, really more than anywhere else in life. I mean, where else? I guess maybe fashion or choice of clothes, maybe food. But okay, maybe the television shows that you like to watch, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to move that to the side, let that dry for a few moments, and I'm going to do the same on this painting. So this paint, and basically in a way kind of just staining the canvas because there's so much water in here. The other thing I really like about this process is I get the edges. You see me painting on the side of the painting, and that's one part of the painting that I really like. I always find that a lot of beginner painters ignore the sides of the painting. And throughout art history, artists have generally paid the side of their canvas at some degree of attention. And Piet Mondrian, probably more than any other artist that I can think of off the top of my head, because he would sometimes even build frames for his own artwork. And sometimes, you know, unlike... You know, so here's a frame. These are these articulate frames. These are actually for little children to hang the little kids art, but I love putting the frames, or using these to frame the paintings that I do. Anyway, you know, traditionally a painting might be like, let's say, here's a painting we did a while ago. Oh, I didn't even sign the back of it, right? So often art is displayed, you know, cropped in some way. Piet Mondrian, when he built frames for his paintings, he would do things like this, where the actual painting would be sitting on top of the frame. I mean, it's not like there was a frame underneath. It might just be a block of wood that he glued his painting onto. But then it makes explicit the edge of the painting. So if you see his paintings in person, you may notice, like, oh, that's really interesting. This painting is framed unlike any other painting I've ever seen before, and that's because he did the framing of his work. Did he do all the framing on all his work? It's entirely possible that he hired somebody to help build some of that stuff for him. I'm not saying that he was in the wood shop cutting wood. I sort of get the feeling he wasn't the kind of person to do that kind of a thing, but you never know. I haven't read anything explicitly talking about that. Okay, so I'm going to let these dry. Actually, you know what? Maybe let's put the other coat of paint on right now, the white. So I'm just going to blow dry these very quickly. And then I'm going to mix a white to put on top here. So I'm just going to mute the audio for just a second. Okay, so now we've got this nice warm yellow as a foundational color, because, you know, there is this idea that Mondrian basically, like, he's just cranking these paintings out like a machine, and I think as we see, there's a little bit, as we'll see throughout today's episode, there's more to it than that. In fact, I think he would really dislike that sort of view of the way that he was working. I think he really saw this process that he was using to create art as almost a sacred... In fact, I think he would think of it as a sacred act. That he was trying to get to this universal truth that underlied all of the world around us. And I know some people who would look at a painting like this would think that that's absolutely absurd and silly, but that's the philosophy that underlies his entire approach to painting. And we're going to look at his biography here in a moment. So let's mix a color for this here. Obviously, we could just paint white right on and be done with it. But, again, there's more to his paintings than just white on there. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is I want to turn this into like just a tiny bit of a slightly off color, not a brown. What color? Like looking at this, that one's got. It's almost a bit of a gray, actually, if I look at them now, back and forth. Because, and he also built up, of all of the surfaces, the white has been built up in successive layers of paint. So let's mix a gray here. And so I'm going to take some red. Oops. So this is my warm red, and if you want to know what colors I'm using, they're listed in the description below. I'm using warm red, and I'm going to take some cold blue and mix that together. I'm not going to mix a lot of it, because this is going to be we're just going to very, very subtly alter this white. So I mix that together, and it's got a bit of like a very reddish brown, rusty color. I put a little bit more blue in it, and now we get a purple, like a very desaturated purple, right? Because these colors are not quite opposite from one another. It kind of looks like that on this palette, but they're really kind of getting very close to what we call the neutral core in the center of the color wheel. So they're almost opposite colors, or complementary colors. Not quite. But now what we're going to do is we're going to take some cold yellow, mix that into the color. And now we get kind of, again, a brown. That's just telling us that there's still a lot of, maybe it's red dominant. So let's put some more cold blue in here. Almost. We've got to get a little bit more red. Basically what we're doing is we're creating our darkest color possible. And we could use this to create a black, for instance. Like that's pretty close. So that's this color. Where should we mix this? Maybe let's do it right in the middle. I'm just going to put a bit of this in here. I've wiped as much of that paint off as possible from my brush, and I've just got a bit of it here, and I'm just going to take my brush, wipe it off on the cloth, and yeah, you know what, I'm gonna clean the brush as well. Just I wipe off all the paint. I didn't do the best cleaning job because I don't need it to be perfectly clean. And then I'm going to take my white paint and mix it into this color. And you see how it goes gray? Very, very light gray. I'm going to take a bit more of this here. Okay. Again, you could, if you wanted to get this painting over with as quickly as possible, I mean, you're certainly welcome to. Next, I'm going to use some matte medium. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dilute this mixture, mostly just so that I don't lose too much of the lines in between here. So rather than adding water to this mixture, because I already put water in my background, if I put another layer, put more water in this, I run the very real risk of actually starting to wipe the paint off of the canvas, right? Basically, matte medium is just paint without any color in it. It's just totally transparent. So I'm just gonna put a little bit more in there. So that's very gray, which is not a problem. If you want to simplify it, you could just use pure white, or you could have a little bit more of a white color here. You know, Mondrian is, what we're going to do is we're going to paint these the areas that are white again after we've got our lines in as well. So there's going to be sort of, you know, I'm trying to recreate, as I guess, as faithfully as possible his technique. But if you want to go a little bit faster, I mean, go right ahead. There's nothing wrong with that. It wouldn't offend me. And did he paint a gray like this? Probably not quite. This is, you know, in retrospect, a little bit darker than maybe I planned on, but that's okay. You could also just paint white and add a little bit of the glazing, or not glazing fluid, matte medium. I guess you could use glazing fluid, but if that's all you had, but I know there's going to be people, there always is, who will say, you know, no, this is not the way he did it. Oh, you are a fraud teaching people this whatever you're teaching them, it's wrong, it's incorrect. He's rolling over in his grave. It's not my goal is not to like do a complete, you know, like reproducing the paintings in the most faithful way. Like if we were to try to do that, then I wouldn't be using acrylic, right? I'd be using oil paint, which is what he used. It's to kind of just give people a sense of different approaches to painting, and to have a little bit of, you know, walking in someone's shoes. Maybe they're not the exact same brand of shoes or size of shoes, but they're kind of close, right? So I can still see the lines in here. They might be pretty hard to see on camera. They're there. They're very faint. As this dries, those lines are going to become more and more apparent. So I'm not worried about it, especially with this painting, because it's relatively straightforward. If worse came to worse and I did lose those lines, then I could just use my template, trace the image again, and go from there. So maybe for this one, I'm going to do a little bit more transparent color here to show people kind of how that might work. So let's put some more white in there. Maybe that was a little much. So let's take some of that white out. And with this one, so this is the Broadway Boogie Woogie. I just love saying that, Broadway Boogie Woogie. Mondrian loved to dance too, so that's kind of funny. So here's again my matte medium, and that's basically 2-to-1 matte medium in this color, which is going to radically make this color much more transparent. Now, I think I'm not going to put any more black in here. It's still kind of got a grayish quality to it. We'll see. how it looks when it's painted. Just trying to integrate that pigment in there fully so that the whole, I don't have some areas that are really one color, you know, solid, and one's more transparent. You see, I'm just kind of spreading it out. I maybe didn't make quite as much paint as maybe would have been useful, but it's on the other end, it's going to force me to kind of spread that paint around rather than globbing it on really thick. So I think I'm just going to add a little bit of matte medium on here just to get this brush a little bit more wet, because the paint, it's, as I'm painting, it's kind of sticking to the canvas and it's kind of being a little bit of a problem child. So this is just going to help me spread the existing paint on the surface around. It's a bit more patchy than I would have liked. So maybe I'll let this dry, and I might do another layer that's just a little bit more opaque, or not even more opaque, just another layer just like this to kind of give it a little bit more of the look that I want. Really what happened here is I hurried the mixing of the paint because I'm here doing this live on camera and want to keep things going and exciting, and I kind of mixed it a little bit faster, so it is a little bit thicker in some places than others. So I'm going to blow dry both of these paintings. You could maybe see that this one's much darker gray because I put a little bit more of my darker color in here. So I'm just going to mute the audio. Okay, so this one is ready. I just want to quickly finish this off. I know it's like, all this at the beginning of an episode, but it's just going to make it a lot easier as we progress here. So let's take a bit more of this white. Just thinking how much I want to put in. That's about a toothbrush worth of paint on there. Toothpaste on your toothbrush worth of paint. Okay, so there's a bit more that's white and like sort of 2-to-1 matte medium to white paint here. So I can still see my lines. I'm not sure how visible that is on camera for everyone at home, but I really should have just made a bigger batch. But there's a little bit of gray that accidentally mixed into here, but I'll just keep on going. Let's mix. Oh, that's a lot. Almost done this prep. You know, I know that it's kind of annoying doing stuff like this at the beginning of a painting. For me, this is really some of the most satisfying part of a painting, because I always see this as like setting up the foundation. Like you're building a house, you want to have the strongest foundation possible. It makes everything else you do on top of it work, right? Okay. So, look at that. 2 gray paintings. Thanks for joining me, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful evening. It's like, oh, okay, great. Wow, learned a lot today with the making of white canvases. So I know this looks kind of funny, it's just kind of a little bit patchy, but I like how this looks, because there's still got this bit of warmth that's kind of bubbling through this bit of a gray, which kind of neutralizes a little bit, but not all of it. And I always think it's a paint. The great thing with painting that it defies every other type of, you know, whether it's a printed image or an image on a computer screen, is the level of complexity that we can build up through layers of paint. And no, there's the best examples are classical paintings like the Mona Lisa that has literally hundreds of layers of super thin paint, using a technique called glazing, right? And even though this is not a painting like the Mona Lisa, Mondrian certainly knew he learned how to do those techniques when he was in art school, as we're about to check out here. So let's take a moment to now go to the interwebs here and take a look at Mondrian's biography here. So Mondrian is born in 1872 and dies in 1944, a little bit unexpectedly. You know, he was age 71, but I think he died of pneumonia. You know, and he was really at his peak when he died, right? So one wonders what he would have done had he lived another decade or two from there. So Mondrian, I love this quote here. We're going to come back to this. Art is higher than reality and has no direct relation to reality. To approach the spiritual in art, one will always make as little use as possible of reality, because reality is opposed to spiritual, blah, 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 blah. But I love that idea. Like, it's this idea that in order to capture the essence of life, you can't just copy it. You have to try to make that essence of itself. Right? Like, I was trying to think of analogies earlier today. It's like, you can't replicate, like, if you wanted to make a painting of a hamburger, it would just always be a painting of a hamburger. You could never eat that painting and have the hamburger. You'd have to think of a different way altogether to give the feeling and the essence, the taste of a hamburger, than just making a photorealist painting of a hamburger, if that makes any kind of sense. Not that hamburgers are analogous to spirituality or anything, but I think it's the idea, like, to get close to reality, you can't make a reproduction of reality. It has to try to become reality in and of itself. So what do I want to say here about so he's a Dutch artist born in Utrecht, which I've been to, beautiful town in in Holland, near Amsterdam. And his father was a school teacher and taught art, so he learned how to draw from his father. And he also had a brother, his uncle Fritz Mondrian was also an artist and taught Piet Mondrian how to paint. He had a very strict Protestant upbringing, and you know, Holland is sort of like the epicenter of Protestantism, at least, yeah. Well, I don't know about in terms of global history, but at least sort of like one of the birthplaces, or Protestantism is very central to, I think, the Dutch culture and way of life, at least historically. And when we think of like this Protestant work ethic, you know, I think no one exemplifies that more than Piet Mondrian, who was like an obsessive worker. When he was in art school, so he attends the Academy of Fine Art in Amsterdam, and when he's in art school, he makes like impressionistic paintings. In fact, let's talk a little bit about his biography while we look at some of his paintings here. So, you know, here's paintings that he's making when he's about 20 years old, when he's in art school. I think he began art school 1895. Let me just get my facts straight. 1892, right? So this is work when he's in art school, and probably just right after art school. And we see kind of the influence of the Impressionists, of artists also like Edvard Munch, who was not Dutch, but obviously was fairly well known by this point. And, you know, the color palette sort of varies between these very browns, and then there's where things get kind of bright and warm and red, right? So he's definitely interested in experimenting with color. We have these kind of impressionistic paintings. He starts experimenting a little bit with some pointillism. One of the things that I want you to keep a little bit of an eye out for is his interest in trees as a motif in his artwork. He really, kind of around the 1910 period, becomes obsessed with painting trees and abstracting trees. Right, so a painting like this could have been painted by Edvard Munch, right? That's a very Munch-like painting, right? And we could see maybe the influence of Vincent van Gogh as well, who was another famous Dutch artist, right? And by this point, you know, Van Gogh's been dead for about 20 years and has now become quite well known. So look at how he starts playing with the trees. Like, let's go back up here and just look at is there another, like, look at these trees here. So this is right after art school, and then as we start going here, he starts playing with the trees. And where were we here? Now they start taking on this Munch style. He really starts getting into the way that the light comes through the branches, and the trees start to become more and more architectural. And by this point, the other major art movement that's taking over the world is Cubism, right? So here this is an important painting in his career. Here is where that tree starts becoming more and more like a cubist tree, right? And you can see also the color is kind of varying between grays and browns like the cubists, and then bright colors like the fauvists, right? You have Picasso with the cubists, Matisse with the fauves, right? And the fauvism was sort of the alternative competing art movement to Cubism at this time. And then these paintings could very well have been painted by Braque or Picasso. But then we start getting this kind of stuff, right, where he's really atomizing the whole image, right? And I've seen people lay out all of his tree paintings and sort of they start looking like this. I don't know if he would have considered this to be a tree, but you know, if we look at this kind of thing, there is another one, maybe we haven't seen it yet, of a tree. But you know, by the late 1920s, by the end of World War I, he's fully into his most famous kind of series of paintings here. You know, he kind of comes back and forth to a little bit of representational painting, but he also does these diamond-shaped paintings, or lozenges, as people would call them. So I'm not sure what the lozenge. Here's our painting today. Here you can see how it's just reproduced differently. Look at this blue. You know, we'll notice that the colors do change. Whether that's because they've been photographed that way or he's using different colors. Remember, he's mixing all these colors himself. Here's the second painting we're going to do. He does play with a little bit. Not everyone is rectangular. We see there's a few that are actually elongated. They're not just rectangular like a 9x12 here, but even longer. And one of the reasons that he starts using this the square format, in fact, let's table that for a moment. What else do I want to share here? Oh, okay, this is totally random off the side here, but this is a movie I remember seeing called Art School Confidential. You can see it got miserable reviews. I thought it was okay, not a great movie, but there is a scene in this movie that is hilarious. It's John Malkovich plays this art professor at a local university, and he's lecturing this young art student that's come over to his house for, I can't remember, whatever reason. And basically, I won't play the video because I don't want to get my video taken down, but he's like, do you know how long it's taken me to get from this painting to this painting? 25 years. And the only difference is that they're triangles, and the triangles were inverted in the other, so it took him 25 years to flip the triangle upside down. I think that's funny. I think some people would find that ridiculing the art world, and that's fair. The art world is ripe for ridicule. So one of the questions that will probably come up is, did Mondrian use tape to get nice perfect lines? No. Mondrian did use tape, but he would use like a kind of tape that you could paint on top of. So he would paint colors on the tape and then kind of use them to rearrange and create compositions. And then when he was happy with where the compositions were, he would make little marks, peel off the tape, and then paint that color in. So he did not use tape to create perfect lines. He hand painted everything, which is time consuming, and what we're about to do as well. And I just want to finish here, and then we're going to get into the painting, where this is his studio. Now, I think we have so this is what his studio looked like at the time he died, and a couple of his friends went in there and documented it, and then disassembled it piece by piece and put it into storage. And they've recreated his studio a number of times, and a lot of people talk about his studio and his home being essentially like a giant Mondrian painting. I think there's a few more photos from different angles here. I just find this absolutely fascinating, right? Like every aspect of his life became his paintings, right? So here's the recreation. Okay, so enough chatter from me. Let's get to the action. Okay, this one is what we'll paint on first. So again, if we want to do this the quickest way possible, what we would do is use our biggest brush to paint in all of these colors. I think Mondrian did like, in fact, I think I might even use a little bit of, do I want to use some self-leveling gel? I'm just trying to think if, we've used this material before, self-leveling gel, and we used this just the other day when we were painting the Seurat painting, or Seurat, Georges Seurat, the pointillist painting, right? And I put some of the self-leveling gel in there so that it would avoid having peaks in all those little tiny dots, so that they kind of turn into little little mounds instead of mountains. So part of me considers using self-leveling gel to get to remove some of the brush strokes. I think I'm just gonna, we'll paint as is, and then we'll see if we want to get rid of the brush strokes. We can always do that later. So let's I'm gonna paint this red. I'm gonna paint it. I know that he did not paint directly. He would mix his own colors, but really the red that we have, quite frankly, is our warm red is about as close as you can get to the color that he's using in his painting here. Right, you can see them when I put them side by side like that. So I think I'm just going to take this right out of the tube, and I'm going to paint this in there, but I'm going to kind of go carefully and slowly. Now, I've lost a little bit of those lines, so maybe it's worth just putting them back a little bit here. Oops. Not quite straight, but that's okay. as I said, you know, we could have painted this painting in 20 minutes and been done with it if we were to try to just, if it was a competition or something. But I think that would completely miss the whole point of Mondrian. As you know, you may think of this type of painting as silly or ridiculous, or my kid could do that or whatever, but he took it very seriously. And I think, you know, if anyone is going to devote their lives to doing something, it's worth sort of us thinking of it, trying to imagine what about it was so important to that person. And so I think also in the way that we paint this, he mostly did sort of horizontal and vertical brush strokes. And since I'm going to paint this black later on, I'm not too concerned about going over the lines. In fact, if I have to, or if there's a question of like, where do I, like, I'll go right over top of the line. That way I'm not going to get any of the background color. Now again, I could do this with a much larger brush much faster, but there's something, I think, we've looked at a lot of artists who are not concerned about like cranking things out. I think for him there's again this spiritual aspect to the painting that it's almost like a meditative practice. Like a lot of artists talk about making paintings in that way, and that if anything, making more complex paintings is a way of deliberately avoiding finishing the painting as quickly as possible. It's sort of like if you're reading a novel and you don't want it to end, and so you kind of just, you keep taking breaks because you're just like, oh, I love, you know, hanging out with these characters. What am I going to do when the book is over? I think he kind of would almost feel that way about his paintings. Okay, so we'll let this dry, and then I'll do another layer of that red. So just okay. Clean a few paint brushes here. You don't want your paint brushes sitting in the water for too long. It's okay if they're in there for an hour or two, but really not overnight. And I generally don't want to be painting with a wet paintbrush like that's got water all over it. I want to use as much of the paint in its pure form as possible. Okay, so let's move on to the blue now. And that blue looks pretty, I think it's probably a little bit in between here. I think it's predominantly a cold blue, but there's an aspect of a tiny bit of warm blue in here as well. So I've got a bit of red in there. Let's put this right here. I'm going to take a bit of warm blue. So like the cold blue is is a cerulean blue and is very cold, and our warm blue is an ultramarine blue, which is very warm. But that means there's sort of a gap in between these colors, and traditionally that's where a cobalt blue sits. So I'm just basically recreating cobalt blue here between these two colors. So it's neither one or the other, it's a little bit of both. Mostly cold blue. Okay. That's great. I'll have to do another coat of this as well, because there's a little bit of transparency. And not that I have anything against transparency. It's just that I think to get a little bit more of an even coat of paint. Because you can see there's a little bit more white kind of peeking through there. So we'll just let that dry along with the red. And then last but not least, we've got our yellow in here. And so this yellow is a cool yellow with a little bit of white in it. So let's get a little bit more white on the palette here. Take a bit of white and my cool yellow. And these lines got a little covered, I just realized. I think the next one I might use a little, I might not even use any, well, maybe there'll be a little bit of white. It may be less white than I put in this for that next coat there. Because it's a little bit over tinted, I would say. Okay, and now we're going to paint in the white, right? And again, I'm going to use a little, this is my matte, medium, and white. If you want, you could do this as quickly as possible, just paint white in and be done with it. But the way that he painted is multiple layers of white, and just sort of taking his time, and often paint, like really the white of the paintings is where he spent the most amount of time in his paintings, right? And that, again, that sort of goes against what I think probably most people, if they were to try to recreate this painting, would do, is they would just go right to a blank white canvas, divide it up, put the red, blue, and yellow, boom, put some black lines, done, painting done, 20 minutes, move on to the next thing. You're welcome to do that. I'm trying to approximate the experience of painting like this great artist. I'm trying to understand a little bit of what painting this painting would have been like for him. So that paint goes on quite transparent here. I'll go to another view here for the next one. You'll see that it's got a little bit of, we can see the actual brushstroke a little bit. Just got to be a bit careful when we get to the other colors here that I don't mix into this white. In fact, I should just go right across, shouldn't I? Okay. So it's slightly uneven in a few places. In our next layer, we'll come back and clean that up and make it fix that, right? So let's... Got a little bit of reds or white splashed into the middle of the red. See, I also did that area as well. I do find the matte medium dries quite quickly, which can lead to a little bit of this streakiness. Okay. So, John, you keep posting things to the chat and then immediately deleting them. Most of the chat is your messages that have been retracted. I'm all for the ephemeral. Maybe you're making a comment on the ephemerality of life. Nothing lasts forever, right? Okay, so let's just zoom back out here. I know that for some people who watch this is like, I must probably feel like I'm going about this the most ridiculously long way possible, and that's absolutely true. Absolutely, this is, and I think that's also the way that he approached these paintings. It wasn't about making a painting like this in 25 minutes and then going and watching a football game with your friends. It was about this trying to get to a deeper, not just the paintings being a representation of this deeper, like, Neoplatonic, like, again, I think I've mentioned Plato a few times. Like, there's this I can't remember what essay of Plato's it is. I remember I had to read it in college a long time ago. But the Greek philosopher Plato, right, who was a student of Socrates. Plato, or was Socrates? No, Plato was a student of Socrates, right? Plato believed that there were these forms that the underlying everything, including my face and body, were these very simple geometric shapes that underlined everything, and that basically what we saw was an illusion, and the whole goal of life was to try to understand the universal shapes that were common to everything around us. Almost, I've seen people talk about this as sort of being like a proto-string theory concept, right? That everything is connected in some way. But that's sort of like what Mondrian's thinking about, is distilling reality down to its most basic forms, platonic shapes, right? And so not only is the painting sort of exemplify that philosophical approach to life and aesthetics, but the experience of making them is sort of this attempt to experience that essentialness of life. This is not, again, this is not me, my own philosophy in life, but this is my understanding of his painting process and thought process. Okay, so everything's still kind of a little bit tacky here. I'm going to blow dry this to speed up the process a little bit here. And then I'm going to paint some reds, we'll paint the blue, yellow, and then white again, and then we'll be done with this and we'll move on to the other one. Oh, there's still a black too, right? Sorry. I don't know how many coats of paint he put on his paintings. I'm sure there's somebody who's written a PhD thesis, who's done samples of the paint. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if there were like 4 or 5 coats of, let's say, red paint on each canvas. Like, we're not gonna, I'm just going to put another one here, assuming it turns out the way I want. Michael. See, when you think how simple this painting is, it can be, in fact, more ridiculous. The thing with like making a very simple painting is mistakes become more glaringly obvious, right? If you're making a really complex painting, the complexity of the painting can actually hide a lot of, you know, mistakes or struggle. You can kind of hide your work, right? Versus when you're making a painting where there's, you know, so little here, you know, every single little thing becomes, you know, immediately apparent and obvious. Just like my little gaff. That looks good, although it's possible that I may want to do another coat. I'm just going to put a bit of white. Let's take some actual white and do this. See, even that, I really should probably have tried to wipe it away with some water instead of painting over, but that's the thing. It might seem ridiculous, but I could see some, like Mondrian himself, making a little mistake like that and being like, oh, okay, well, what am I going to do here? Maybe I got to widen the line, or is this painting, is it ruined forever? Which, again, I know some people would laugh at that kind of thing, but artists set up rules for themselves, like to give themselves structure. When you say to yourself, you can paint anything. I have a little bit of this in my life now, having painted virtually every style of art over the past couple of years. There is a little bit of an existential crisis that naturally follows of, like, wow, if I can paint anything, what do I paint, right? And my wife and I were talking a while ago. It's like, I was painting the paintings I painted for the past 20 years because in some way it was making the best of my abilities at the time. But as I've expanded my range of ability, it's now like, well, I can pretty much, I feel, capable of painting virtually anything that I want given a certain amount of time, which I don't think I would have been able to say a couple of years ago. So then it becomes like, whoa, if you can do anything, what do you do? Right? It kind of messes with your head a little bit, right? So artists create structure for themselves to help, narrow down the possibilities and and so often artists have all these sort of rules for themselves, which might seem very arbitrary to the rest of us. Like Mondrian saying, okay, from here on in, red, yellow, and blue, that's it. No browns, no greens, no oranges. I can use black, I can use white, and I can use gray. And that's it. And every brushstroke is either got to be vertical or horizontal. And you're like, well, what can you do with that? And then you see, we looked at a whole bunch of his paintings where he did lots of different paintings playing with that little variation. And for some artists, that's really exciting because it's like, oh, wow. Now what? It becomes kind of like a game. And games, generally, you can't do anything. You have certain parameters of which the game must kind of work within. Right? Like, if you were to, like, a game of hockey would sort of quickly spiral out of control if there weren't any rules, and somebody could go like, oh, okay, well, I'm all of a sudden going to play with 2 pucks, and we're going to have 50 players on the ice, and the other team goes, okay, that's fine. We're going to have handguns and fishnets to catch our opponents in. The other team, okay, well, if you do that, what we're going to do is we're going to board up. We're going to, like, it just becomes like, well, that's absurd. We have to agree that there's certain things that we can do and not do. So let's go. I know this seems slightly absurd to zoom right in on part of the painting like this. even then, there's a little bit of a streak. We'll see how that dries. I'm not going to... You can see there's a little bit of a darker area. I'm just going to let that sit. And I'm going to come over here to the yellow, and we'll paint that yellow. Yeah, Pascal says it's like reducing the palette the first time, going from all available colors to just 8 or 12 colors or less. Yes, absolutely. Most of the greatest artists in human history have used a very narrow palette. Not necessarily like I'm doing, but it's often a palette that might have, like, yeah, 8 or 9 other colors. Especially classical artists, like Renaissance artists, very limited palette. I'm sorry. So basically, I'm taking my cool yellow and a little bit of white. So I don't want it to be totally yellow, because that might be too intense. A little bit of white keeps it much kind of closer to the original. Ay, ay, ay. Got a bit of blue in there. Let's see if I can just wipe that away. Okay. So let's do the white one more time. Heidi says, I remember standing in front of a version of this painting for some time at the Vancouver Art Gallery. Very cool. I did not... I haven't... I've seen many Mondrian paintings. I don't remember here in Vancouver. There's a few, there's lots in like the Pompidou Center in Paris, and the Museum of Modern Art in New York have a few, which I've been fortunate enough to see. The Broadway Boogie Woogie. I love saying that name, Broadway Boogie Woogie. I'm telling you, you just, even if you're sitting around in your studio by yourself right now watching me, you gotta say it. You gotta say it out loud. Broadway Boogie Woogie. It just, it feels so fun coming out of your mouth. Broadway Boogie Woogie. So that's this white in here. That's quite a lot of white. So I'm just gonna again add a bit of matte medium back in here. And, you know, it reminds me a little bit of Stuart Davis, who we looked at just the other day. Stuart Davis. I got a bit of red in here. There's a bit of red in this color, but let's just paint with it and we'll deal with, rather than mixing a new color or anything, I'll just sort of keep going forward. Now he probably painted these two white rectangles separately, and I'm doing it all at once, like, scandalous, right? The nerve. But, you know, this is also, you know, we painted a couple paintings by Agnes Martin a while ago. And remember, we did lots of very thin layers of white paint. And, you know, Agnes Martin really didn't begin... She's really one of the most famous Canadian artists of all time, even though probably most Canadians have never heard of her. Definitely the most famous Saskatchewan artist of all time. Got some white speckle in here, so I was going to redo this, do another coat of red anyway, so that's just confirming the need to do that. So this white is a little bit patchy. I'm going to wait for that to dry, and then I'll come back and do that one more layer. So it'll be interesting to see, will I notice a difference between this, because I think that's about as done as it needs to be. There is a little bit of speckles of something that got in there. Towel, I think, has outlived its usefulness. It was going in the garbage anyway, but I'm so glad I got a little bit of extra use out of it. Okay, so I think I need to blow dry that before I put my more red on it, because otherwise I'm going to start peeling paint off. So let's just mute that. Okay, so let's do the red, and then I'm going to go back to the white real quick, and then we're going to finish it off with some black. You know, this sort of, in a weird way, also reminds me of an artist that we looked at a while ago called Anish Kapoor. Remember we did... If you remember this painting, right, this All Inside Myself painting, Anish Kapoor used, in his early work, was using a lot of pure pigment and like powdered pigment on the surface of these sculptures that he was making, and they're absolutely gorgeous to see in person. And it's one of those things that if a photograph just does not convey what it, when you're looking at a mound of pure pigment, and we're talking like pigment, you know, a mound of pure pigment which could cost like a couple $100,000, not the sculpture itself, but just the material. It glows it in a way that is just hard to fathom. And you know, artists like Piet Mondrian, like Anj Kapoor would not exist, or at least he would not have created the artwork he did had it not been for someone like Mondrian. Mondrian is often credited with starting a movement, indirectly, or inspiring a movement called color field painting, where artists would make paintings that were essentially just pure color. And so you have paintings that are pure blue, pure green, pure yellow. And I know people, when they see those kind of things in an art gallery, just walk by like, are you kidding me? This painting, and how much this painting's sold at auction for $10 million, and it's just yellow. But there might be 50 layers of subtle colors in there, and this yellow that radiates. And, you know, and I'll say that I have had mixed feelings about that kind of art throughout my life. I remember a very specific instance of seeing the Mark Rothko retrospective. I think it was at the Whitney Museum in New York City. And Mark Rothko is famous for a kind of color field painting. And I remember seeing that and being like, and there were people staring at these paintings in just awe, like they were at a church, which is not unusual because he did one of his final artworks was called the Rothko Chapel, which is in Texas. And just feeling like I feel like, you know, I am the odd one out here. I don't, like, everyone is revering all this artwork. I think this is ridiculous. And it was like kind of quite disconcerting, you know, like if you've ever been somewhere and everyone is talking about something as if it was the greatest thing they've ever seen, and you're like, really? I don't know what these people are talking about. And people would just be sitting there looking at the paintings in awe at Mark Rothko's work, as if it's like they're witnessing the second coming of Christ or something. I was just like, wow, like, it made me anxious because I was feeling like everyone is seeing something that I don't see. I have no idea why people appreciate this stuff. But that was when I was like a 19-year-old art student at Cooper Union in New York City, and I just was not into abstract art. And I think around the same, was it the same time they had the Jackson Pollock retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art? And that I found much easier because the Pollock retrospective was organized in chronological order, and you could see him beginning from more representational or realistic art and then progressing towards abstraction. And seeing it laid out in that way, you could be like, you could see the leaps of how an artist could get from realistic painting to full abstraction. Jackson Pollock did all the drips and splatters. We're going to be doing 2 Jackson Pollock paintings in February, I think. Dinah says Vas F Tech. What does that mean? I feel like somebody else wrote that earlier in the chat, and I don't know what that means. So maybe there's something going on in the world that I'm not aware of. Heidi says, yes, it's always cool to see art in real life. Always spend time doing that when I travel. Lolly says, sounds like you've seen some great exhibitions and pieces in real life. Do you live near some cool museum galleries or something? Okay. So, obviously the next thing here is to paint the black lines. And I'll say, I don't know how it appears to you guys on camera, but this painting's got a glow to it that is pretty wild, right? And I know when we put these dark lines on here, this is going to look really cool. And the why that's happening is because of this careful building up of layers. First of all, we've got that warm color that is, there's maybe 5 or maybe even less, 2% of that warm yellow coming through to our eyes. And it's not immediately visible, but there is a little bit of that still coming through. It's just like having a little bit of truffle shaving or a little bit of pepper on your pasta or something, right? It's not like it's all pepper and you're like, whoa, that's too much. Just this little hint that most people cannot, I wouldn't be able, if you told me there was warm yellow in here, I'd be like, sure, I guess. But it is registering somewhere in my brain, right? It's affecting the other colors that are on top of it. Likewise, the multiple layers of red here, the multiple layers of blue, are creating this radiating energy kind of quality, which is pretty intense and very cool, and exactly what he wanted to do. Now I'm going to set this to dry for a few minutes. I'm going to paint my dark lines on there, but I want this to be bone dry when that happens. So I'm going to let that way I'm not smudging anything, as I've done a few times already today. There's no sense in hurrying it, right? It's not a race to the finish here. Okay, so now we're going to look at a totally different painting that he did. This is a painting, Broadway Boogie Woogie, is a painting that Mondrian did a year before he died. He probably began about 2.5 years before he died and finished it about a year before he died. So this was made in 1942, 1943, and he died in 1944. So this is a painting that took him a while to do. We're going to try to do it in about an hour, hour and a half tops. It probably took him maybe a month or so to paint. Now, it's not like he was waking up every day, going to the studio and painting for 9 hours every day to make a painting like this. He was probably working on 5, 6, 7 other paintings simultaneously, again using tape to arrange the composition. And so he might put a piece of tape down and then put another one down and then sit in the studio for a little while and just sort of looking at it, going, And then maybe he takes that tape, just moves it a little bit higher, and goes and sits back down and looks at it. Okay, I think it's in the right place. I'm happy with that. Then he would draw little lines on the outside of the tape, peel the tape off, and then paint that line in place, right? And so there's a lot of that happening, and there's also, because he's painting with oil paint, it takes sometimes weeks or months to dry, right? So he because all of these colors are abutting one another, right? You can't just paint yellow and then paint white right next to it in oil paint, otherwise you're going to get those paints are going to mix together. So you might have to paint all the yellow, let it dry for a few weeks, you're painting on something else, and then you come back and then you paint the white in between, right? So the way that he would have painted this painting would have been to paint, actually just like we did here with the white here, painting them separately. Now this one is going to be a little bit different, because I think what I'm going to do is just paint all of the yellow right away, and then we'll do little bits of other colors here. So I don't think I'm going to paint this as carefully as he painted his paintings, just because of time, for time's sake. But it is just worth sort of thinking about, like, this is also a much larger painting. In fact, let's might as well just take a look at the sizes of both of these paintings. So The one we're working on here, 59, so 23 centimeters by 23 centimeters, or 23 inches by 23 inches, 59 centimeters, right? So essentially that's basically, if we took these, so it's about 4.5 times the size of the painting we were working on. That was the previous painting. And this one is 50 inches by 50 inches. So another, you know, if we think of this as being 9 inches here, so you could basically put 4 more of these paintings side by side, right, and then square. So this is, you know, however bigger that is, you know, I don't know, but substantially larger. So when we look at a painting like this, and again, remember this is originally square, and I've converted it into a rectangle by just adding a top and bottom that didn't exist there. The painting itself was something like, maybe, you know, basically as wide as the frame, and then, well, and it's also square, right? So it's basically like that big. You know, if you imagine this painting in the corner, the other corner of the real painting is up here, right? So it's substantially larger. So when we look at this and we see like, wow, look, it looks like so perfect. If you've ever seen a Mondrian in person, you can see, you know, it's a little bit blurry, but you could see how the paint it's not perfect. Can you see how there's this white here and there's a little bit of this gray kind of poking through in places? Look at this here, right? So they're not perfect paintings. So if you're looking at this and like, oh, like I wish, like my hand's not steady enough, that's not, I think that's a misunderstanding of his work. In fact, one of the most interesting stories I remember, and I was trying to look this up and I couldn't find the actual story, but I can't remember who told it to me. I think when I was living in Los Angeles, I had a teacher who told me this story just because they're like, oh, you're Canadian, here's a story about Canada. And he was saying something about how there was a group of artists in Vancouver, where I'm living now, who liked Mondrian's work and had only ever seen Mondrian's work in newspapers and magazines when you know, back in the 30s and 40s, when the inside of a magazine was mostly, if not entirely, all black and white images. And they were only seeing little tiny images and thought that this was done using tape to get these nice, perfect, crisp lines. And so they, you know, wanted to emulate the great master, Piet Mondrian, and started using tape and creating super sharp lines. And it wasn't until decades later where they went to New York or wherever else and saw and realized, oh, he wasn't using tape at all, except to use as a compositional tool, but not for creating crisp lines. In fact, the lines were not perfect at all. And by doing that, had invented an entirely new painting process, what we now call hard edge painting. And hard edge painting generally uses tape to get super sharp lines. And we've used that technique many times over the course of the past 167 episodes. We did that most recently with Elijah Clark, the famous Brazilian artist. We did that with Bridget Riley, the British optical illusion artist, artist, about almost a year ago exactly. So Mondrian didn't use tape, but inspired a lot of other people to do just that. So instead, I'm going to make today's painting. Let me see. I want to use a brush with the kind of the smallest, kind of a square brush that uses that's very small. So, hope you don't mind, but I'm going to cheat a little bit. Just use some of my other brushes that I've used for my own personal artwork. And I used these when we were painting the Eiffel Tower by Seurat. Right, because he's got these nice little tiny brushes. I love these. So I'm just gonna take a whole bunch out, and it's fine. But you could also, of course, just use, you know, your round brushes if you want. You know, these are just have a pointier edge. My hope is that I can make fairly straight lines going across here. Now, the other thing that I think I'm going to do, I'm going to use some fluid acrylics. I'm going to cheat a little bit just because I want to get the painting done as quickly as possible. Using the fluid acrylics is going to help me cover the paint, you know, to get crisper lines faster, so a little bit less noodling around. So, and let me think about this color. Let's get it on the. Again, you can hear, right? Very wet, right? This is a little. So this is Hansa yellow, which is this is a cold yellow. Although Hansa yellow medium, Hansa yellow light would be a very nice. In fact, this is basically my cool yellow. I think some brands of paint would call this Hansa yellow light, and then here's Hansa yellow medium, and then we have our warm color. This is not really, you could, actually there's probably a Hansa yellow deep that is like this. So Hansa yellow there's different types of Hansa yellow which can kind of occupy the spectrum between warm and cool colors. So, do I want to redraw all of these lines? Is that going to drive me absolutely bonkers? It probably would behoove me to do so. It's going to slow me down. Okay, so to do this as quickly as possible, I'm going to make some little notations for myself. So I'm gonna I'll do here is I'm going to draw these lines out, and then I am going to paint the black lines on the previous painting so that we can put an end to that painting for today's episode. I think it still looks quite wet. I'm drawing these lines very lightly because I'm going to be painting yellow here. So the yellow is, I mean, ideally I would just do this without doing these lines again, but I really, in fact, as I'm going here, I'm starting to lighten my lines up more and more. So they may or may not show up that well on camera. So what is the attraction to the square? Why did Mondrian use a square for the majority of the paintings for which he's known most? Is the reason why this square was so popular among abstract painters is that the square is neither a landscape format nor a portrait format, right? So as soon as you turn a painting onto its side, quote unquote, right, then it takes the form of a landscape format, right? And immediately people are going to see a landscape in that painting. Versus if you have a painting up like this, then we're painting in the portrait format, and it suggests there might be a figure or a face in the image. And abstract painters did not want to have landscapes or faces in their artwork. They wanted it to be totally abstract. And the removal of anything that might suggest a landscape or a portrait kept it in that more abstract realm. I'll also say that the is there one on? Okay. The having a picture on a square composition is also one of the most difficult formats to work with. So here I'm going to adjust some of these lines. I felt we're a little bit crooked. Maybe I'm gonna regret this, but I'm like, that looks a little crooked. So let me see. A square composition is really tricky because why is it so tricky? It's I guess because it suggests like a symmetry when all sides are the same. The painting sort of is inherently symmetrical And versus when a painting is on a rectangle, it's inherently asymmetrical, right? One side is longer than the other. And that slightly asymmetrical quality is something artists generally like. Having an asymmetrical composition creates a little bit of tension, and that tension usually works in the benefit of the artist because it keeps the eye moving around the picture. And so when the picture is square, it's much harder to create movement, and you have to be, you know, extra skilled to kind of pull it off. Like, what is an example? What is a... I can't think of an analogy. I'm sure one will come to me because I'm always thinking in analogies, but okay, I know this is probably the least interesting kind of thing for people to watch at home, a guy drawing lines on a white picture that is barely visible. But okay, so that's good. I'm happy with that. This is still wet. I'm just gonna let that air dry. Let's take a stab at painting some of these lines with the fluid acrylic here. So I'm going to use fluid acrylic as opposed to my heavy body paint, just to see if I can speed this process up. And I know that there's all of these other colors in there. I'll just paint all those other colors separately afterwards. So he probably did each individual thing on its own, painted, you know, a little bit, like he would have probably done a little bit of this white and then painted a red next to it. I'm just going to paint yellow all the way across. Again, you could use tape if you really wanted to, even though that's not what he did. But if you want to, you may, like, in some ways that would speed this whole process up dramatically, but it can also slow things down, as we've seen when we've used tape. And while sometimes if you do it just right, it can look awesome. The results can be really spectacular. If you're painting with tape, generally, if you take your time and you do it well, the results are awesome. Hands down, you get a really, really nice, super professional kind of quality. But if you're sloppy and you don't put the, a matte medium over top of the tape. I know there's some tapes that claim to be able to, you can paint without using any medium and you can still get nice sharp lines. But if you don't put the matte medium underneath and you start getting some paint that leaks underneath the tape, then you end up spending a lot of time fixing things, assuming that it's, sometimes it's, oh, you can live with it and you're just like, that's okay, that's fine, let's just keep on going. But there's certainly times where it just sort of looks sloppier than hand painting it. And I just hand painted. When we look up close, it looks kind of a little bit wonky, but when I zoom out, it looks pretty good. I don't know. And when it's on the wall later when I finish, you know, most people, you know, as I said over and over in these episodes, unfortunately, most people are just not going to look at your art very carefully because they don't look at artists like Piet Mondrian's art very carefully. I mean, next time you go to an art museum, it doesn't matter whether it's the Museum of Modern Art or the Hermitage, whatever, wherever it is, anywhere on Earth, or it could just be the local art museum in your local town. Most people just breeze right past all of the art, no matter how famous it is. So, if anything, maybe that's something to take some pride in. Be like, yeah, you know what? People look at my art just as little as they look at the great masters. I must be doing something right because no one's looking at my art. The sad reality of being an artist. But you know, so one might say, well, what's if no one is really looking that carefully at your art? What's the whole point of spending any time trying to do anything well at all? If nobody cares, nobody notices. Well, not nobody. There are people who do look carefully. And those are the people who care the most. And sometimes those are collectors or critics or writers, historians or other artists or just other art lovers. And sometimes it's just yourself. Like Van Gogh didn't really have, besides his brother, very many fans during his lifetime. He famously didn't sell. He sold one painting. His brother sold one of his paintings. But he still maintained a very high level of quality for himself. And it's a shame that he never was able to experience other people enjoying his, you know, the fruits of his labor, I guess you could say. But if he just is like, well, no one cares, no one's looking at these paintings very carefully, so I'll just like, I'm just gonna, like, who cares, right? Then we certainly would not know who he is today. He would have been long forgotten with the millions of other artists throughout human history that did just sort of like, who cares? You know, I'm always telling my students that I was just, because we just had my last day of in-class classes on Monday at the university I teach at, and I was just saying, you know, because all these students are all worried about their grades, and I was like, you know what, everyone's did pretty good. No one's failed this class, and almost everyone's got like a B or more. You know, and I say I don't have to hand my grades in until, you know, almost basically the day before, you know, I think the 21st. So I let them resubmit projects, and I regrade them and let them get as high a grade as they want to get. I sort of lay out the roadmap and say, here's, if you want to get an A+, This is what you got to do to get an A+. You got to do this and this and this, and I'll give you an A+. And I say, but really what you should be trying to do is, rather than trying to get an A+ from me, try to get an A+ from yourself. Right? Like, what do you need to do in order to feel satisfied that you've achieved your intention, that it rises to your own internal level of quality standard, right? And if it hits that level, then the grades will come, because it will be obvious. People are like, well, it's all subjective. I might work my butt off and do a really great job, but you just might not like the kind of art I make. And I can that's a valid argument. But the way that I grade is I try to take as much of the subjectivity out and evaluate each person's artwork on its own merits. And so sometimes people who are, like, obviously very skilled, I might give them a lower grade than someone else who's maybe struggling a little bit, but works really, really hard and rises above where, like, reaches a new level than someone who's can sort of do it in their sleep and just does it, just sort of sleepwalks through class. Because you can, like, I get my students to present their work in front of the class, and you can always, you can just sense in the room when someone's showing work that is really good. There's like an audible gasp. Everyone's like, whoa, whoa. And it doesn't matter if it's an abstract painting or a realistic painting or whatever. If it's good, it will get a reaction. Okay, almost done with my horizontal lines. And I'm kind of, I'm working at a pretty good pace here, so I could go much more careful, or I could be painting more carefully. If this was a painting for my own artwork, I would really probably be obsessing a little bit more than I am. You can see there's little variations, but remember, when we look up close at the original Mondrian, it's not like it's much more better done. It's not like it's, you know what I'm saying? It's not like it's infinitely superior to this. Still, there's a little bit of wonkiness to it that I always I like seeing that little bit of wonkiness. It makes me feel like less. There's the humanity coming through, the possibility that I too, as just a clumsy middle-aged man, can do something of quality myself. Okay. So I'm gonna draw. I think this. This looks pretty dry. It won't hurt to give it a little flash of heat on there just to cook the rest of it in. Ooh, that is beautiful. What a beautiful surface. The trick will be getting the next bit of paint on here without doing anything to interrupt this. Okay. So I notice, well, you know what? I'll draw these. I notice you see how my white didn't quite go over that line. So what I might do when I'm painting is just expand a little bit outside of that space here. So let's get the other line. That big head of mine out of the way. If you're just tuning in for the first time, you've never seen any of these episodes, this is, well, I would say a little bit different than most of the paintings we've done. Most of the paintings we've done tend to be a lot more expressive, but this is also part of doing this whole master study process, is really looking closely at how different artists made their work. And maybe this is not the kind of work for you. Maybe you look at this and you're like, that is like, I cannot stand that kind of art. Absolutely. That's totally a valid you're certainly entitled to your opinion, and I'm the last person to tell you what to think or feel. But I do think that if you do try doing a painting like this, it's just possible that you may fall in love with it, and you may decide, wow, you know, I never liked this painting before, but now that I've tried it, I don't know, there's just something kind of, I don't know if you'd say fun, but there's a level of sort of peacefulness about this type of process. Like the slowness of it. You know, you may have heard of like the slow food movement, right? And this idea of that not everything is a race. That there's something to be said about just slowing down and taking your time. Okay, so I'm going to use one of my narrow brushes again. Let's just look at this painting. Now, I'm just debating, do I want to mix the black or paint it? I think I'm just going to paint it. And I'm going to use my fluid acrylic again, just to speed this process up. Now you could use the heavy body acrylic that we normally use. Right, so this is an example of a heavy body acrylic. I'm going to use the fluid acrylic, which you can hear is fluid, right? So it's just going to make things go a little bit faster. I won't have to dip my brush in the paint so often, because it's just thinner and more fluid. And generally people really like that experience of the freedom that comes with painting with a fluid acrylic. Okay, so one of the things, you know, if I'm about to do a painting like this, and I'm just about to put my dark lines on, it's just making sure that my hands are clean. Right, I'm just rubbing them along my pants. I don't want to be smudging paint. That's why I wanted this paint to be nice and dry, so that, because we've gone to all this trouble of creating these really nice surfaces. So, you know, when I think of Mondrian, I think of somebody who feels like a little bit anal retentive about cleanliness. Like we saw his studio there. In fact, let's just take a quick look at his studio again. Right, this is, you know, here's a photograph of his studio shortly after he died, and it was recreated. Whenever they've had like a major exhibition of Mondrian's art, they always do a recreation of his studio. Now, was there maybe coffee cups and magazines and stuff on the tables? Maybe. But I bet you when he was living in this situation, it wasn't that far off. You know, I'm sure, I'm not one of those persons. Clearly, you could see I'm surrounded by junk. But I'm sure we all know people who are very well, I mean, Mondrian's studio and apartment is a lot more like what my wife would like our house to look like. Very organized, very clean. This down here is like her nightmare. Okay. So I'm just going to zoom in. The other thing too, be careful with your sleeves going over top of So this, in some way, reminds me a lot of like Yayoi Kasuma's paintings. I remember she was doing all those little tiny dots, and for her doing all those little dots, all that, which took her forever, she's still alive, takes her forever to do. Because it was part of like almost a mental health program for her, that it would help, and this is her words, it would help silence the voices in her head, and they only stopped when she was painting. So for a person like that, the idea of going really fast to get the painting done as quickly as possible just doesn't make any sense. Be like, why would I want to do that? This is the only thing I have in my life that gives me some respite from my anxiety. So similarly with Mondrian, this kind of Very slow, methodical approach is just would have been very satisfying for him. And for the people that owned his work, you know, I'm sure they, looking at it, also brought, you know, a kind of a calmness and serenity. The kind of the organization implicit in these works just sort of there's something kind of reassuring about them. Everything is just exactly in its right place. Right? You can see my lines aren't perfect, but they don't have to be perfect. So if you're, oops, okay, well, I guess I was just going to say I don't have to widen it because it turned out that I managed to cover up some of the lines, and then I kind of accidentally blobbed it at the end of the paint. So I ended up widening that line anyway. But, come on, painting. Camera, focus. Okay. And there's Ravi, just joined the chat there. Hi, Ravi. You posted something, Ravi, on the Facebook group about work. I think it was you, about you and your son using a method to grid these paintings out, and I didn't quite understand it there. It sounded really interesting. See, it got a little bit wider there. I got a little bit sloppy. I got so excited that I was almost at the end of this line and then widened it accidentally. So to integrate it, I need to kind of widen the rest ever so slightly. Ay, ay, ay. It's a little bit wobbly there. Let me see. I'm going to keep on going, and then we'll see as we get closer to the end if how problematic or not that actually is. I might look at it and go like, ah, I can live with that, no problem. Or I might go like, ooh, that does not, that needs to be, something needs to happen there. When I do this kind of work that's super precise, my eyes get a little bit crossed. I actually wear contact lenses. So when I'm making my own paintings, I take my contacts out and paint with my glasses. Ah, I think it's out of focus, isn't it? Okay. Just see these side by side. I guess I can zoom in like that. I'm noticing that line is a little bit thicker. So let's make it a little bit thicker. Okay. Pretty close with the colors and everything. Which I know some people are like, well, it's right out of the tube. Well, yeah, but again, we built up some colors. You know, this blue is not right out of the tube. That yellow is not right out of the tube. The red is, but we also put other colors underneath there to get pretty close to that color. So I'm really happy with the way that looks. It's you know, again, you know, when I zoom in, you can see lots of little imperfections and the line looks a little bit wobbly. But we also have to remember when we look at the original that it is also not perfect, right? Again, if we just kind of zoom in. Right, that's not perfect. Look, we can even see some of the other color underneath here. There's like a bit of a brown underneath there. Like, look at how sloppy he was. Oh my goodness. Piet, oh my goodness. Oh, what a... Holy smokes, look at all of this. Oh, I'm just kidding. But I just want people to understand that, like, it's okay for there to be imperfections. In fact, I love the imperfections. Like, in fact, look at this. We can see there's some warm yellow underneath this yellow. Okay. So we're going to move this to the side and let it dry. Once it's dry, then we'll sign it. Let's come back to this one here. Paula says, Michael, you always like to use acrylic pens for lines? No, I didn't. I was just painting with the fluid acrylics. You could use acrylic paint pens. I think, you know, maybe if you use a ruler in an acrylic paint pen, you could get some very straight lines. It's up to you. I mean, once again, as far as I'm concerned, the objective in a painting like this is not about perfection. Heidi says, good. When I looked up, I could not tell which one was the original and which one was the one that you did. That's awesome. Okay. I mean, that makes me feel good, but it's also just showing that, you know, if we just use some of the basic techniques that we've been using, we can do a pretty good job of replicating any painting, including a painting like this. And again, I know some people would say, well, geez, certainly picked pretty easy painting to replicate. I don't know, maybe some of you are trying to make that painting too, and might be a little bit surprised at maybe it was a little bit more difficult to do than you might have thought. And that's one of the I think the best outcomes for of doing any of these episodes and painting is it gives me, I can only speak for myself, a greater appreciation for other artists. And these are all artists that I like. I mean, but some of them I think to myself, oh, that's going to be a fairly straightforward episode. That's going to go by pretty quickly. And then when I actually start painting, I'm like, whoa. You know, if you want to do it right, there's a commitment of time involved here. Like, this is not going to be, you know, like a walk in the park, as they say, right? There's going to be it's involved. And as I do this, some of these lines, you know, I get a little bit sloppy. I do think, you know, if this was your career and you were making paintings like this, you would certainly develop like a routine and a habit and a number of techniques in order to be able to paint in this way quickly. You know, and I think about that almost every time after every one of these episodes. I think, you know what? If I did this painting again, I bet you I could do a much better job. And that's sort of the point, right? That, you know, obviously I'm just sort of parachuting in, running around in someone else's muddy boots for a while, taking off and jumping, you know, like Quantum Leap, if you remember that television show from the 80s. You know, just sort of pop in for a little while into someone else's boots, and then off I'm on to somebody else. But if, you know, some of the episodes where I've done 5 or 6 paintings of the same artist and really kind of get into their mind a little bit more in a more focused way, by the end of that week I'm like, you know what, I feel like I'm really starting to understand their habits and how to do these paintings better and better and better. And you know what we're doing is traditionally how artists have learned to make art, by reproducing the work of the great masters. And the more of this kind of thing you do, you're picking up little skills here and there. Like in this case, might be like brushwork, like subtle uses of color. Other paintings might be composition or texture or glazing or skin tones, values, tinting, shades, tones. Every painting is a learning experience. Even the paintings that don't turn out the way that we might want them to turn out, if you can see it as a learning experience and an opportunity for growth, then it becomes a really useful investment of your time and energy. If you, at the end of the day, just go like, it doesn't really look like the original, what a waste of time. Can't believe I, did this. I could have been watching football, or I could have gone to a movie, or there's that new Netflix show, and then absolutely you will feel depressed, bummed out, and you'll feel like painting is a waste of your time. I would say a lot of people have that experience. because they're so focused on outcomes rather than on experiences and process, that I think they miss out on the entire point of making art altogether. I think if you think of art as all about process and learning, then at the end of the day, if you make a painting you like and you want to hang it on your wall, that's just a bonus. That's great. You know, then it's like, wow, I just wanted to go have fun, but look at what I created. Like, that's really cool. Or, you know, often I make paintings. There's a number of these episodes where I've done, and kind of at the end of the day, I'm like, did not turn out the way I wanted. My wife will be the first one to confirm that. But, you know, there's also lots of, and, you know, I might be bummed out, and then, you know, I come back down to the studio to clean up after we put our daughter to bed, and I look at the painting, and all of a sudden I'm looking at it again for the first time and being like, oh, wow, this is actually much better than I remembered being from just like an hour ago. Huh, that's interesting. Or sometimes, you know, I often bring these paintings up and put them on the credenza in our living room. And there's times where, you know, I just put it down and then go to the bathroom, and when I come back out, my wife is like, wow, I think this one's my favorite one you've done yet. And I'm like, really? She's like, oh yeah, looks fantastic. I'm like, really? That's interesting you see it that way, because I'm not sure I'm that happy. And then after a few days, I start to come around and be like, yeah, actually, you know what? That did turn out pretty good. I was so obsessed about, like, achieving a certain kind of thing, and while I didn't achieve that, I achieved something else. And I know I've said this kind of stuff before many times, but, you know, the amount of times I've said this kind of stuff and people write me and tell me and thank me for, like, talking about it, like, about art in this way, because it gives them, it's like a sense of relief. And sometimes you have to hear it 50 times before it connects. And then it's like, yeah, you know what? That does make sense. And sometimes I'm talking to myself when I'm talking to myself. Because I'm trying to reassure myself. I'm like, hey, you're going around telling people this stuff. You gotta walk the walk. You gotta listen to your own advice. You know? Okay. Broadway boogie woogie, Broadway boogie woogie. So let's just see these, side by side. So there's a lot of detail. How much detail do I want to put in? And is this now upside down? Yeah. So that's there. else needs a little bit of love here? Oh, it looks like that line was going all the way down, but I only did here. Huh. Well, what? I don't have to obey any rules, do I? I mean, just so you know, I'm not going to be this painting, first of all, again, is a square painting. I've already made it rectangular, so it's already deviated from the original. Like, for some people, this is already a blasphemy, and I am making a mockery of the original. So... But for me, because it's, I'm ignoring the original dimensions, it gives me a little bit more of permission to add a little bit of my own spin to it, should I want. You know, if I want to add, you know, let's say I could be happy just leaving it like this, with just white and yellow. I could also be happy just maybe doing a little bit of red here and there, but not doing all of the little red squares all over this painting. So I'm probably, you know, I'm going to be referring back to the original as I continue to work on it, but I'm not going to force myself to nitpick here and get everything in the quote-unquote the right places. Oh. Someone paying me a little visit? There's my big girl. Oh, you're so big you touch the camera up there. Oh, don't get your fingers all over that.
You're gonna get them all over it. Say hi, Edie.
Look how big you are. Okay, don't touch that.
Edie, can you wave? Say hi. Edie, waving.
Hi.
Oh. Bumped your head. Oh, it hurts a little bit.
Let's move a little bit off to the side. That way you're not bunking your head. I can't believe how big you are. Ooh, like last year, you were maybe come up to my chin.
There you go. Just wanted to say hi to Dada. And say hi to everybody watching. Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for painting along with my daddy. Yeah, you want to draw?
Oh, good job.
Okay, sweetheart.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Say bye, Dada. We love you, Dada.
Love you, girls. So, just putting a little bit more fresh yellow on here. Oh, I wanted this and that. Okay. where did I see? I mean, I'm thinking I'll probably be done in about 45 minutes, which is still a little ways from here, but I think I'll be, by that time, I'll be pretty satisfied. So there's a few little things that I've missed along the way. Oh, it's where she did a little bit of mark on there. That's okay. You know, so, you know, that's like one of those things. Like, so my daughter just made a little pencil line on this painting. I thought that was a little hair. Right, there's this little line here with the pencil. I could get really obsessed with that, trying to paint it out, erase it to make it perfect. Or I could just accept it and be like, oh, that's my daughter's contribution to this painting. Isn't that cool? I would prefer to think of it as like a really cool little thing that happened here when my daughter came down and collaborated with me. Because this painting is going to get dirty. If you've ever seen any of these Mondrian paintings in real life, they are they're impossible to keep clean, right? Yes, most of them are behind glass. They're framed behind glass, but they weren't always that way. You know, for a long time, they were in people's homes and maybe near the kitchen, and there's grease and candlelight wax and everything getting on them, and you know, through the room. Just like the Sistine Chapel had like centuries worth of candle, what is it, paraffin coating on the ceiling from all of the candles being lit in there. And I always think it's like, let a curator take care of the painting at some point. That's their problem. That's not the problem of an artist. And that probably sounds really... I'm sure curators like, oh, I hate it when artists say things like that. They think we're just like their janitors who got to go around and fix things, but I'm trying to keep the conservators busy. But I do really think that, you know, first of all, that's something that generally curators, you know, they love trying to figure out little things like that. Like, that's their excitement and challenge, is like how to restore things and come up with creative ways of preserving paintings. And if you've ever watched like those videos on like the National Gallery of Canada or United States or Australia, you know, they're talking about these paintings, and you know, it's made of some kind of material, and they're doing all this research into how to preserve it. And I just think that makes life more interesting. Okay, I'm just looking at the original. I think I've got all the yellow. I mean, there's a few little places where I'm going to put a little bit yellow, but I think I'll well, let's do that right now. I was going to say let's do that later, but we're at that point here where it's just get it done, Michael. And you can see, especially on this side, there's some things there. I think this line doesn't go all the way up and down, but... Oh, and then that doesn't go all the way down. And yeah, I mean, if I want, I could paint that out. Candle soot is what Pascal says. Yes, thank you. Thank you for correcting my terminology. Ravi says, I just posted my Piet Mondrian painting on the Facebook group. Awesome! You're on top of it. That's great. Ravi says, my wife gave me warning last night. No more oil paint. Can't stand the aroma of oil. And Dolores says, that's too bad, Ravi. I really like the aroma of oil paint. With odorless solvents, it's so much better as well. Yeah, you know, I also love the smell of oil paint. There's something about it. I know some people find they don't like that smell. I love it. I love the smell of oil paint. I think people think that it's toxic. It's not the oil paint. Oil paint on its own is not toxic. It's the solvents people use to clean their brushes. Turpentine, that is a horrible smell, and it is toxic. But there is odorless mineral spirits. So, if you want to make oil paintings that don't have a toxic smell, you can use OMS, odorless mineral spirits. Come on. What's going on here? This is me and my autofocus fighting each other. I'll just leave that. Anyway, that's... Come on, why is it? Anyway, odorless mineral spirits. This is the brand that I use for my paint, is Gamblin. Here's an even bigger jug of it. You'd think the autofocus would have an easier time with all that text. Alright. So you don't want to drink it, but it's not entirely odorless. It has a little bit of a smell, but it's certainly not anything remotely like turpentine, which I don't think I have any turpentine in the house. Because why would you need it if you got this stuff? It's not gambling, but gamblin. Just take the G off the end. Okay, so I think this is dry. I'm gonna blow dry it just because I'm gonna paint with red next, and I don't want to be smudging paint around on here. So it's gonna mute. I also took a little moment there to heat myself up. Turning on my little space heater to... It starts getting cold at this time of year in this part of the world. Okay, so again... Oh, my red. Ugh. I forgot to get... I knew there was something today that I wanted to get, was some replacement for this, my warm red. I do have cold red. This magenta. It's not the same though. Yeah, because this my warm red fluid acrylic is... Okay, so I'm going to use some of my heavy body acrylics then. You do what you gotta do, that's okay. What I'm going to do, because I hear from people all the time saying my paints dry out too quickly. You know, I'm just going to put a relatively small amount of warm red on my palette here. The other thing too is red tends to be one of the more transparent colors. One of the reasons I was hoping the fluid acrylic is a little bit more opaque, you know, when we get really thin like this. So I'm expecting when I paint over the yellow that it's going to look a little bit darker. Well, let's just do it. If I need to, I can always put a little bit of white in it and it'll get a little pink, and then I gotta go back. It's just the best laid plans, hey? So the other thing, you know, if I look at these paintings side by side, let's just see if there's anything that I can make a general observation about. With this red, it doesn't... Oh, I was going to say, it doesn't look like there's really any red in the intersection points, except maybe in this middle line. Otherwise, the red... There's another one down there. There's a few. Almost all the reds are in between, because I'm not going to go through and try to replicate this painting exactly. I'm just going to start putting little things here and there. So, but it's worth just taking an extra moment to kind of see, okay, if I'm going to start putting little red squares willy-nilly all over the place, then I want to make sure that I'm putting them in places that make sense with the rest of the painting. You know, that they belong where they are, or they fit in with the internal logic of this painting. So really, I'm going to try to only put red squares maybe in the, like, at the intersection of the vertical and horizontal lines towards the middle and maybe this side. Otherwise, over the rest of the painting, they're going to be anywhere but in those places. So not bad color-wise. Let me just see if using an even smaller brush might help. just going to go to one of these fellas. Okay, I think for I was gonna say for some of these the bigger shapes I'm gonna do with a bigger brush, and then I make a big blob. I think they just made that situation worse. What are you gonna do, right? Just keep moving. Right, again, that looks kind of sloppy when we're super zoomed in like we are on right now, but when it's all said and done and there's a ton of more little marks all over the place, it's not really going to be as noticeable. And it's not about like, okay, well then just do it really sloppily, but it's, you know, you do your best, but just don't like drive yourself bonkers. Like I just see people all the time. I was just teaching a class a couple of days ago where student was so unhappy with the work they were making, they got up and left in tears, which made me so sad. You know, I was like, the whole time I'm like, don't worry about making anything perfect. And they were so fixated on perfection. Like I said, I think you've done a great job. I think it's perfect. But they couldn't see it. They couldn't see perfection that they had. They had a different kind of perfection. It was perfect the way it was, but they wanted it to be something else. And isn't that sort of, it seems like so many of us have trouble accepting ourselves for who we are and spend our whole lives trying to be something else. Art is always teaching me about life. Oops. I really think, like, the more I am painting, the more I'm able to just sort of accept things as they are. I mean, there's no doubt that, for me at least, like, painting is a meditative practice. You know, when I'm doing these episodes, it's pretty hard to enter that kind of a meditative state, because I'm trying to talk and paint at the same time. But when I'm not painting, but when I'm painting my own things, I'm obviously much more able to kind of access that type of mindset. So I'm somewhere around here right now, right? Just for those folks playing along at home. So this is pretty much what he was doing here. You know, if, again, it looks a little bit sloppy on my side of things when we're all zoomed in, and this is the size of a fingernail. But if you have an opportunity to ever see any of Piet Mondrian's art in person, get up close. That's what I do whenever I go to art museum. I'm always standing with my nose right up against the painting. Well, not right up against the painting, otherwise they'd throw me out, but I get pretty close as I can. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the surface. I'm looking at trying to see below the surface. this is where I am here. So I am kind of obeying much of the composition, at least so far, because it's not really that much, you know, there's really not much faster that I can do this anyway, just by going really quickly. I only have to kind of like look up every once in a while at the original and to kind of see where things need to go. And so the question in my mind is, with the areas where I accidentally painted yellow lines, do I want to paint those out and restore the white spaces? I honestly don't know, and I don't know if I'll know until I get closer towards the end. Like, I might, after getting, you know, once I get the blue and the gray in here, I might be like, yeah, you know what, that's fine. That looks good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. Or I'll say, yikes, now I really see it. I really see why those places were left empty. I need to paint those out. And so there's no point in worrying about that now, because I just don't know. Okay, I will be done in about 35 minutes. That's my goal anyway. I keep realizing what I'm painting's not on camera, and it's like, what's the point, Michael? I'm so curious to know who out there is making this painting, or any of the Mondrian paintings today. It was Ravi said so. I bet you Paul is doing it. Is there anyone else painting along with this, or is everyone else working on their own thing? I know a lot of people just tune in and do their own thing while I'm painting away, which is totally fine. can't believe I forget that I'm not on. It's hard painting on camera. Like, it's because, you know, the desire is to sort of kind of lose yourself and just start painting. And so sometimes I'm just like off in my own world, not really even thinking about anything, almost totally unaware that I'm on camera. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, that live stream thing, how's that going? Oh yeah, not on camera. My oh my. So could I do really nice, perfect squares? Yes. It would take me a lot longer to do this whole painting. But, you know, I think by the time this is done, that thing won't be, the perfection aspect on this painting will be irrelevant. I mean, it's definitely a drinking game that one could do around, like, there's a lot of things. I think to myself, if there was a drinking game, this would be a great time. Like when I'm talking about something and you can't see it on the screen because I got the wrong screen up, or it's not in the frame. I'm sure I repeat certain words and things a whole bunch of times that people either find endearing or maddening. It's funny, I get my students at university give me feedback. In order to get their grades, they have to give me an evaluation, and I get a sort of redacted version of it. And some of the comments are pretty funny. And then there's also ratemyprofessors.com, where students post anonymous feedback or criticism or praise, and sometimes it's pretty harsh, and sometimes you can kind of tell who it's coming from. You know, there's that, almost every class there's always someone in there who's, you're always like, why are you even in this class? Clearly you hate my guts. Why do you, like, you know, you can choose which classes you attend, right? You have that control. If you want to be here, you don't have to be here. Why are you, it's like, why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you doing it to the both of us? And I never understood that. Because, you know, often I'm teaching classes where there's at least one or two other, if not like a dozen other classes of the same name taught by other instructors. There's times where I'm teaching a class of my own invention or whatever. Some students will say, "Oh, this is the only class that fits in with my schedule." And I think, like, you could rearrange your schedule a little bit if you really dislike being in this class so much. I used to take some of that stuff personally, and then you realize, just like art, you can't please everybody. It's like here on YouTube. I think YouTube has definitely helped me deal with criticism, because you get so much of it. All this like unsolicited nasty criticism that let's just make this go all the way. There's always going to be somebody who's unhappy. It's just human nature, for good or bad. What are you going to do? I mean, it's worth sort of listening and being like, trying to see if what people have to say has value, and sometimes there's a nugget of truth in somebody's nasty rant. Sometimes they're pointing out things that I know, but I don't want to admit or think about. And sometimes it's just so far off that you're like, that's just somebody having a bad day. And I just happen to be the video that they click on while they're having that moment. I'm just like, okay. If going on a rant against me is helping you in some way to release some energy, it's preventing you from doing something awful in the world, I'm all ears. That red stripe is not there, but this whole bottom part of the painting isn't part of the painting to begin with, so that's okay. In fact, let's just kind of flip this around. There's Tiffany says Voi, FYI. And Ravid says all artworks have some art lovers. I think so. I think I agree. You know that there's, no matter what you're making, there's someone out there who will appreciate it. I mean, the onus is on the artist to get it out there into the world. I think if you're making art, you have a responsibility to share it and let people know about it. Allow people to find it. People who have this idea that if you make, like, there's this idea that if you make great art, it will find its way into the world. Van Gogh's a perfect example of that not being true. I mean, yeah, it found its way into the world a decade after he died, but that's not really the ideal situation, is it? Okay, I got the red done. Just you know what? I'm just going to do just a couple more. Again, this line that I'm painting right here isn't even in the original, so now our blue. Every time it's off camera, have a shot. See, there's see, what does this mean? People keep saying, there's Amy says Vask Tech, Octavia says Vas F Tech. What is that? Is that spam? The link to some Russian website? What on earth does that mean? Your guess is as good as mine. Okay. I'm going to use some of this. This is primary cyan, so this is going to be a little bit more on the cold side of things. But that's not too far off the color that we have in this painting, right? It is. We talked about it being maybe a bit more of a cobalt, which is kind of a little bit in between warm and cold. Actually, I'm just going to blow dry this really quickly before I paint with it. See, Pascal says I googled it quickly. There's some bots, the automated software that spams here and there for some reason. I didn't dig further. That's what I thought. But I'm glad to hear. And Dolores says yes, it's spam. Michael, ignore it. Okay, so let's go to the blue now. Again, I'm going to start top left corner. corner. And just that way I can work my way down without dragging my hand over the painting. So I'm going to be up here for a little while. You can see this is a little bit transparent, so I'm getting almost a bit of a green quality here. I think, let me just see. Here's some titanium white. And I'm curious how much this will affect the paint, how much more opaque it will be. Just a little bit of white in there. I don't think it's going to necessarily make it more opaque. It's just going to make it a little bit less dark as I paint over, especially the yellow. Now, are there red and are there red and blues connecting that are in the original? There is a few, but I think that might be where I've kind of added part of the painting to make it fill up on this rectangular size. Because essentially what I'm trying to figure out, essentially I want to know what are the rules in this painting, and so what do I obey, what do I disregard, because I'm just trying to get the painting done in as timely manner as possible. I mean, now when the blue starts coming online here, it starts to feel quite satisfying. Starts to kind of come together. I mean, does it look a little bit sloppy? Yeah, it does. It looks a little bit... that's not my finest work. But as I've said many times today, it's not about perfection. If I was him, yeah, maybe I would go to the extra effort here to do the best job humanly possible. But I'm not going to sell this. I'm not going to... Well, I don't plan on exhibiting it, although I've talked to a few people about doing that. But that's a whole other thing. But even then, I want to just sort of get them done in as timely a manner as possible and walk away and walk around in somebody else's boots for a while. Should we go? We're up in this area here. I was telling myself I was going to be done in now 10 minutes from now. I don't know if that's going to happen. Here. So you can see when I'm painting over the yellow, it gets a little bit greenish. One thing I'd be interested to know is and I don't know the answer, obviously, is how planned out these paintings were before he began them. Like, how did he, was he just sort of going around and just being like, okay, let's just put a blue here, blue here, blue here? Or was he, did he have like, would he say to himself, okay, there needs to be, like he plotted it out very carefully? I wouldn't, neither of those scenarios would surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if he had a very clear idea of exactly where everything did. Maybe things deviated a little bit from his plan as he was painting them. This does require a certain amount of like focus and concentration, though, doesn't it? Those of you who are painting along with me, I'm sure can attest to the level of focus required to do this type of thing, which again I think is one of the, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that this is time consuming and requires patience, and you know, this is not really the kind of art that like doing, like I love his paintings, but this is not really the style of art that I do on my own, obviously. I guess it's not obvious, but so I'm down here now. The other thing too is we can always clean, like if you're a little bit sloppy, we could always clean things up. I could go back around with some white and go and you know, clean up areas where I went outside of the lines. I could go back over with some of on the yellow and in certain places if I needed to or wanted to, and I'm not going to do that. As I say, as I just sort of make a sloppy mark and then I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm gonna need, but I don't think I'm going to. Famous last words. around somewhere around there. Yeah, I'm not going to be done in 3 minutes, as I had hoped to be. I wonder how much there is. I was going to say that there's still a lot of gray in this picture to do. Somewhere down here. Now I'm kind of down near the very, very bottom. Still lots of you guys watching. That's awesome. Or maybe it's just all bots and I'm stuck here in the matrix and I don't even realize it. It's just me talking to a bunch of computers. Oh, can you imagine? That's why it's nice to see the work that you guys do and you upload them to the Facebook group, because there definitely are times where you're like, maybe this is all just a crazy dream. So I'm just painting this little bit of a longer blue here that doesn't exist anywhere else in this painting, I don't think. But why can't it exist in mine? Where does it say I can't do that? I don't know. I guess I didn't read that part of the memo. So I'm just going to keep on going, doing what I like. I'm going to now do this bottom left corner of the painting. Anything else in this vicinity? Okay, let's just bring it back out. And you can see we're starting to kind of, it's coming into focus, because really now all we got to do is the gray. Just before I move on to the gray, I'm just going to add a little bit more blue where I feel it might be appreciated. Okay, that's feeling pretty good. Ravi says, I feel it's the top view of a restaurant that Piet Mondrian was seeing with all the colorful tablecloths and dots as chairs. I like that. Yeah, it kind of has like maybe a cafeteria look or something. Very funny. I mean, the way that I think about it is, for me, it reminds me of like streets. And this painting was made, Piet Mondrian, he left Paris, I think in 1938, went to England for a year or two, and then in 1940 sailed to New York, where he spent the last 4 years of his life before he died. And he died in New York. He's buried in Brooklyn. He obviously, I think he was, quite mesmerized by New York. New York then as now is kind of unlike anywhere else on Earth. Well, now there's a lot of other big cities, like Hong Kong, Beijing, Sao Paulo, trying to think of Chicago, like cities with gigantic skyrise, like high skyscrapers, and millions and millions of people moving around. Like a lot of places in Europe, like London, Paris, don't really have giant skyscrapers. Like, maybe there's La Défense in Paris, but that's not really in the center of Paris, and that's more in the 50s and 60s. So Europeans in particular, who when they came to New York were kind of blown away by the scale of the city. And when I think of like, this I don't know, but this just makes me think of like, the grid in New York, which is also very unusual. A lot of European cities are, these tiny little patchworks of like little tiny villages that kind of got merged together, and the streets don't all line up, and they're very curvy. Wow, I'm certainly getting the spam today from the bots. Pascal is saying, I was also thinking of New York City map from the top, and the red are coffee spots, the blue are newspaper stands, and the rest are places he would go. That's great. I like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, absolutely. Like there's a kind of, you could make an index, like on a map. You could say this is where this goes, and this is where this goes. I mean, maybe, you never know. I mean, I know that some people would be like, pfft. But hey, who's to know he didn't have something like that in mind while he's working on a painting like this? In the back of his mind, he's like, maybe he's actually literally looking at the map, and he's got little dots where his favorite coffee shops and places to read novels are, and to go play chess in the park, or whatever. And he then, as he's making the painting, is sort of looking at that and going like, yeah, kind of like, I'm going to put a little extra, I need to put a another red dot there, here and there, because that's where I like to spend a little bit of time. You never know. He might not have told anyone that, because he might have wanted it to, you know, he obviously had an interest in abstraction, and he wouldn't want necessarily that to be common knowledge. And so certain people would scoff at that, but maybe he's sitting there the whole time people are looking at his paintings, and he's sitting there like, oh, no one knows that they're just, this is a map of my favorite coffee shops. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this really quickly, and then I'm going to paint, because there's all that blue that needs to dry. But one thing that's a little deceptive about all of these fluid acrylics is almost every one of them is very glossy. I think I was talking about this the other day. You can see they have a little scale, like opaque versus transparent, matte versus gloss, thin versus thick, right? And almost all of them are on the gloss side. And for me, one of the reasons why I like matte is I can always tell very quickly whether something is wet or dry. If it's wet, it's not shiny. Or sorry, if it's wet, it's shiny. If it's dry, it's not shiny. And so when you're painting with matte paint, you can just instantly tell whether it's, you know, what level of dryness it is, or what stage of the curing process it is. So I find that a little bit can be frustrating for me personally. Is when everything's glossy, it's like, is it dry or is it wet? I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to go up to the top left corner here, and this is my gray. It's fun to kind of put a little bit of this gray in, because gray is not a color that immediately people think about when they think about Mondrian. They always think about red, yellow, and blue, and black. But he did a lot. He used gray extensively, especially in these late paintings that he did right before he died. It does add something a little bit different, right? If all of these were black squares, I think the painting would look very, very different. There's something nice about the gray is kind of easy on the eyes. And it's possible I might need to go back over some of these grays later on after they dry, because they'll probably get a little bit darker, especially on, let's say, this red here. Man, I'm just looking at this like there's a lot of gray. So down here in this area now. And it looks like part of his, the rules that he's set out for himself are that the gray is allowed to butt up against other colors, versus the blue and the red hardly touch one another, right? Now, I do kind of feel like maybe my grays are a little bit darker than his. I could lighten them up, or I could just keep on going forward. I mean, something like that kind of drives me crazy. So I'll probably add the yellow to connect. Just a little bit of yellow right there. But we'll see. Maybe I can live with it. It's funny how, like, this area in with my eyes, I could see a bit of the light blue, but on camera it goes like really light. So, what you're seeing on camera is a little bit different than what I see with my own eyes. It is interesting that it's more apparent on camera than it is to me in person. That's kind of surprising, but I'm definitely darker gray than I really should be, but because it's a different, like, almost in, if you squint your eyes when you're looking at his, in fact, maybe I am going to just add a little bit more white. Oh, or a lot more white. That's okay, I can have a couple different grays in here. Because if you squint your eyes, the gray is almost the same value level as the yellow. That's little bit more lighter. Not. It's closer. I could still actually could go lighter still. And now I'm not really looking at the original much at all. In case you're like, wow, what's that? Where's that supposed to go? I'm lost. I'm lost too. Well, I'm not lost. I'm just really riding the saddle as quickly as I can here to. You know, it's funny, it's you know, as I'm getting going here on this, it is fun to just to be like, yeah, I'm just going to start putting things wherever they got to go, rather than overthinking it a little bit and worrying about making it perfect. And I'm telling you, it starts making this painting feel a lot more fun. Okay, let's go up to the top again. Oop. You know, so as one might expect, as I start going faster and faster, I'm losing the quality, the accuracy level is going down, right? Which is, you know, unfortunate. But you know, I've been painting for 4.5 hours. So, if this was my own painting too, I would have stopped and taken many breaks. So I'm somewhere in this vicinity right over here. For those of you playing along at home. You know, it's interesting. It just makes me think of, you know, people who say like, "Oh, my kid could do that," kind of thing. Almost inevitably, when I hear those comments, I think like, "Wow, your child must have a really incredible attention span." If your child could make a painting like this, I would rush out and get them a ton of paints and canvases and put them to work, because that sounds like a golden goose. You should tap into that, ride that child's talent into a fantastic retirement. Because I don't know about you, but I don't know many children who have the attention span to do this kind of work over hours and hours of you know, as opposed to sitting around playing video games. And which, by the way, that's my plan. I'm going to teach our daughter everything I know and then put her to work and sit back and just cash checks. She doesn't know it yet, but that's the plan, sweetheart. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, of course, for anybody who... Okay. This doesn't exist anywhere, but then this whole couple rows here aren't in the original anyway, right? So okay. So now I'm at the stage where I'm going to do any corrections, kind of cleaning things up, if you will, a little bit before I sign off. So just touching up a few of these little gray areas. Some of them are kind of sloppy, so let's just Alright, so we're getting there. Pascal says, I've heard that too, but a Picasso I did. My kid could do that. You know, that's just... That's... I don't know. When people say that kind of stuff... You don't hear that much these days. Remember, I used to hear that all the time. You just hear... I think because it's sort of like... It's not even that... I think it's more a taunt than something people actually believe. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Guess I'm gonna have to put a little bit of white there. And since I've broken out the white to fix that area where I got paint blobbed on there, you know, I can start using it. I just now is be like, okay, I could fall down a well here of touching up, where I just go around and clean everything up. So you just. At some point you say, you know what, I'm gonna walk away. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. If you're of a certain age, remember Stuart Smiley from Saturday Night Live, right? Motivational speaker, played by what's his name? He later became an American senator. So now that I'm going nuts with the white, I want to ask myself if I want to paint out a line or two. Like, so for instance, this isn't there. Should I get rid of it? Yes, okay, let's just do it. Let's just, so at least people can kind of see that it can be done. Which one did I say? This one here, right? I'm gonna have to put a few layers of paint here. In fact, I'm gonna go to a larger brush to try to avoid like a great deal of texture. I just realized this is the white that I used for glazing, so it's not really opaque. Okay, well, while that's drying, is there any, any other lines that I could paint out? This one here. Same line down here. There is my daughter's pencil line, if you remember when she came down here. I want to keep that in there. Even it's now almost invisible, super subtle, so some of these lines. Okay, how about on this side? Okay. I do think it's, I mean, it's obviously extending my working time here. When I could have just signed off and said goodbye, but there is some satisfaction of like getting it to a place where you're really, really happy with it before you walk away. So there's a few, I'm going to have to go back with a little bit of color just to touch up a few places where I've painted a bit much. starting to look pretty good. Okay, I'm just gonna blow dry this really quickly and then do one last little bit of... Okay, so just lastly, a little final touch here. Thought there was more than that I needed to do. Well, it's a little bit of yellow. Turned out pretty good. Like, it's almost hard to see some of the original spots I've painted out, which is the goal. The thing is the white is a little bit whiter than the rest of the white. Not surprised, because we deliberately did that. The white is slightly off white in we painted for our background. If I really wanted to do this properly, I would just try to match that color. I would mix it again, but I think that's good. There's a little, I see more little things with gray that I could touch up, but I think that's, I'm pretty happy with that. Right, so, you know, if I, where's my, there's that one. Oh, the blue. You know, if you're gonna go all the effort and spend all these hours, an extra 30 seconds is worth it, right? Okay. It's the 9th today? One. And it seems like a long time ago we did this one. Just want to make sure I don't get my dirty fingers on the front. the white of that white paint from my fingers on the face of that painting. Since this is just red. Okay. Pretty cool. I love seeing those side by side like that. That feels pretty cool. Let's just see what they look like here. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for painting along with me, for sticking around for all of these hours of painting and more painting. It just never seems to end, doesn't it? But as far as I'm concerned, that's a good thing. Right? This is the best habit you could possibly have, is making art. Right? There's so many other habits people have out there that are destructive and hurt their family and friends. Painting is one of those. I mean, I'm sure somebody could come up with a reason how making art is destructive in some possible way, but I've yet to hear it. So thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We are going to be making a special painting on Saturday afternoon, so subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell so you know when that's happening, because I don't know when it's happening just yet. I got to look at the calendar. So if you hit the notification bell when I go live, you'll be like, oh yeah, there he is, I'll join in. So do that. If you want to leave a donation to help support the channel and keep it running, there's the PayPal link below. You can also send a check or e-transfer. There's the super chat function here, or wherever it is on YouTube. You can leave a small or large contribution that way. You contact me through the Facebook group if you want to send a check or e-transfer, etc. Thank you so much. We will see you guys on Saturday when we look at Jay DeFeo's artwork. I got some... It's going to be a very different painting. That's why I'm doing it on a Saturday, so it's a little bit different if you don't want to paint along with me, but there's going to be a bit of a sculptural element to it. Take a look. You can Google her name, Jay DeFeo and the Rose. A very, very famous painting. It's in the collection of the LA County Museum of Art. We'll see you guys on Saturday. Come on. Why won't that? Oh, there we go. Right at the end, you'd think that would get bigger. Oh well, we'll just leave it like that. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you guys in a couple of days. Enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Good.